Oops. Hey guys, we're about to kick off with the Ashley Benefield case. It's actually a lot like sounds a lot like Ashley Benefield, but obviously it's not. And so, yeah, the opening statements have started. We're about to dig into that. So just hold your horses for a second. Let's just introduce the channel.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
So instead of me giving you guys the rundown, I'm going to leave it to opening arguments, which are happening right now. Are you guys ready? Let's go straight there.
State.
This case is about a woman who very early on in her pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single mother.
Hey, Bria.
And she did not want the father of this child to have any visitation, her husband. And everything she did from that point on was to attain that goal. And she would stop at nothing to attain that goal.
So what we can already see, certainly from the prosecution side, is that this appears to be about custody.
Tried several things in the system that you'll hear. The courts, law enforcement, Department of Children and Families, no one got on her side. And at the end, when there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense. Now, this couple, Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield, were married. They had moved to Florida from South Carolina. They lived together in South Carolina. Now, when they lived down here in Florida, in Bradenton, they did not live together. Obviously, there were issues. Doug Benefield lived in his own apartment. Ashley Benefield lived with her mother, Alicia Byers, in a home with their daughter once she gave birth. She had this daughter who at the time was a toddler when she shot Doug. While they were living...
So just another thing to note, Doug was 54 and Ashley was 24, I think, when they met. And anyway, 30-year age difference, what could go wrong?
Separate, they were still interacting with each other with the apparent goal of seeking reconciliation, reconciling this family and becoming a family. They were going to restaurants, they were going to Selby Gardens, they were hanging out at the pool at Doug Benefield's apartment complex. By all images, they looked like they were trying to reconcile. The problem was that is not what Ashley Benefield wanted. Although that's what she was portraying, that's not what she wanted. At the time that this shooting happened, they were planning to move to Maryland. Ashley's mother had inherited a home in Maryland, and they were going to move to Maryland. Doug was also going to move to Maryland. They were going to continue to live separate and continue to attempt to reconcile, but they were all going to move to Maryland together.
So think about what we're dealing with here. Marriage, a child, but living separately. Well, obviously there's going to be a situation with a child. Who's going to get custody? Who's going to get control? And it also seems like there's some kind of financial element, doesn't it? Because Ashley's living with her mother and she's got a child, and our mother's inherited, I think, a house, right?
Excuse me. At the time that this happened, everybody was in moving mode. There were boxes everywhere, furniture, beds upended. They had a U-Haul that they were using together. They had a pod that was in the defendant's driveway that they were putting all of their things into. And every day around this time, Doug Benefield was going to Ashley's home to assist her. in putting these things into the pod, putting these things into the U-Haul, because the plan was that they were all going to pack up in the next few days and move to Maryland. And it continued to try and work on their relationship. The problem was Ashley Benefield knew that this was a ruse. She didn't intend to reconcile. She didn't intend to try to make this work. And the problem was there was a court hearing on September 30th of 2020. And at that court hearing, all of this was going to come out.
So can you think of another case where all of this was going to come out? Or guess what happened after that? Or, sorry, just before that, someone died. Can you think of another case like that? So I've already listened to this part of the opening statement. All of this was going to come out, and guess what happened just before that happened? Remember the Chris Watts case? There was going to be a gender reveal where it was going to come out that Shanann was still pregnant and that it was his child, and he was still very much married, etc., etc. And then suddenly Shanann died and the kids died, right? Well, same thing here. It was all going to come out, and then
it was going to come out that she was acting one way when she was by herself, and she was acting another way when she was with Doug Benefield. That she was telling him she wanted to work on things, that she wanted to get this marriage back together. But yet when separate, she was saying she had absolutely no intention of reconciling, did not want him around, and did not want this to work. On the 30th of September, this was going to come out. On the 27th of September, she shoots him and kills him. 3 days before this hearing and 3 days before this information was to become public.
Is there a link there between the timing there? Another thing I want you to pay attention to is right now you can see Ashley sort of making notes. She's looking down. She's not looking at the prosecutor, not showing any emotion really. When her defense lawyer is up, is she going to be looking at him, hanging on every word, sort of being like sort of really attentive, like we saw in the Russ trial? Let's have a look.
Now, there was no one else at the house at the time of the shooting. It was just Doug and Ashley. While Ashley's mother and child lived there, they had gone to the park. As soon as Doug got to the house, Alicia Byers takes her granddaughter and they go to the park. So the only people at the house are the defendant and the victim. And you're going to hear three very important things about this shooting. Number one, Ashley Benefield was the only person that was armed. It was her gun. She had it from before. It's not like she took it away from Doug. It was her gun. And Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no gun, no knife, no club, no weapon of any kind. Number two, Ashley Benefield was not injured. Law enforcement took pictures of her right after the shooting. And then again, you'll hear in a few days, they took more pictures. Because sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days later. And you'll see those pictures and you'll see that Ashley Benefield is not injured. She has some very superficial scratches on her midsection. Who knows where they came from? She had cats in the house.
Yeah, there's no question that she shot him. That's not in any doubt here. It's whether it's self-defense.
But who knows? But this is the only injury to her. And the third thing is the trajectory of the fatal bullet. Now, he was shot multiple times, but one of the bullets was fatal. The trajectory of that bullet was side to side.
Now, that's also interesting. He was shot multiple times, not just once, which shows emotion. It shows intentionality. Also, what does it mean that he was shot through the side? Well, isn't it that he couldn't have been facing her, he couldn't have been charging her, he couldn't have been confronting her if his body is faced that way? In fact, perhaps he was trying to get away from her when she shot him. And then can you then say that's self-defense?
It was not straight on. Doug Benefield was not facing her, coming at her at the time that the fatal shot was fired. Now, as you go through this trial, it's a lot of information, a lot of timeline, but it's all very important to understand the tenor of this relationship between these two people. And it goes all the way back to when they met, back in 2016. That was the end of August 2016, they meet. They were both involved in some political event and they met. 13 days later, they married. Doug Benefield was 54 years old. Ashley Benefield was 24 years old. So there was a 30-year age gap between the two of them. They knew each other 13 days and they got married. Ashley Benefield was very into the ballet, had been an ex-dancer. Her dream was to start a ballet company. And lo and behold, her husband has the money and the connections to get this done. So he begins and she begins to put this ballet company together. And they do put a ballet company together. But before it can actually take off, it falls apart. Before they're married even a whole year, so in April of 2017, Doug Benefield has his vasectomy reversed because they want a child. Within weeks or months of the vasectomy reversal, the defendant is pregnant. So all within a year of being married, they have done a vasectomy reversal, gotten pregnant, started a ballet, and the ballet has crumbled. While Ashley is pregnant, she decides she's too sick from the pregnancy, morning sickness, and that she needs her mother to take care of her. Her mother's in Florida, in Bradenton, Florida. So during her pregnancy, she moves to Bradenton, Florida to live with her mother so her mother can take care of her.
So, quick question here. Do you think her mother approves of the 54-year-old husband?
During the sickness. The two never lived together again. This was the last time these two lived together. They continued a long-distance relationship when she first moved to Florida. And
so I just want to, again, stop it here. You've got to kind of ask yourself, what is in it for Ashley? So you might say she found this 54-year-old really good looking. I don't think he's particularly good looking. She might have found him very charming, maybe, maybe not. Or was there some kind of financial aspect? And you've just heard this talk about, I think, him funding or starting a ballet school, and then that didn't work out. But if that now doesn't work out, now what is the incentive to stay together after that?
Continued trying to keep it together in communication. But about the same time as the ballet collapses, right about all of this time, Ashley Benefield starts complaints against the victim. Her complaints are things like, the main one was that Doug Benefield was poisoning her with heavy metals, and her unborn child was being poisoned, that there was poison in her tea, that he was giving her poison. There were also other complaints, domestic violence complaints, different types of complaints, but not once will you hear that she ever said he hit her. Not once did she ever say he choked her, kicked her, anything like that. Even though she's making these complaints, the victim, Doug Benefield, is still trying to make this work. And you're going to see some text messages and hear some things. He's still trying to make this work. But she is having none of it. So at about the time that she's ready to give birth, Doug Benefield contacts an attorney here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and asks her to help. And asks her to help him write a letter to her, to Ashley Benefield, to state that he wants to be a part of the birth and he wants to be a part of this child's life, and to please keep in contact with him. Ashley never answers that letter. That letter is sent via email on March 15th of 2000.
So just FYI, Ashley's a ballet dancer and also a model, and she's looking quite almost like someone from that sort of walked out of the Amish sort of Amish settlement, doesn't she? Very kind of understated here. If you look at the picture behind me, that is what she can look like when she wants to.
2018, which was several weeks early. She wasn't due yet. And the next day, she is induced, her pregnancy is induced, and she gives birth to a daughter. She never tells Doug. He doesn't even know his child is born.
What does that tell you? That she doesn't tell Doug that his child's born, their child is born. Does that seem to suggest that things aren't kind of going happily ever after?
For weeks. And she never responds to the letter. The way that Doug knows that this child is born is that Ashley Benefield starts filing complaints again. And based on these complaints, he figures out, oh, my child's born. And now we have more complaints. The complaints revolved around the poisoning and the things that I talked about earlier. And she filed for what's called a violation of injunction, or I'm sorry, she filed for an injunction. An injunction is our legal way of saying restraining order. So when someone wants a restraining order, they have to go through a process and go to court, and the court has to decide, and you get a restraining order. So that was her process. She was trying to get a restraining order against Doug, and the allegations were what I said to you. At the same time, Doug Benefield had not seen his child, had not met his child. So he did a cross complaint to say, please let me have contact.
So it's difficult to be sure about this, but doesn't there seem to be a bit of a strain in her neck? You can kind of see these lines coming out, and I didn't see them before. Maybe I'm imagining things. But one question you've got to be asking at this point is, are we dealing with quite a emotional human being here? Not just emotional, but someone who can get quite angry when provoked or when triggered in some way. She's in court now making notes, but is she actually getting a little bit angry in court? It does seem to me like these muscles in her neck are starting to kind of stand out a little.
With my child. I've never even met my child. So this was set for a hearing. And it ended up going 2 days. It was long. It was a long process, a lot of witnesses in family court. And it ended up going 2 days. It began in July 30th, 2018, and it finished on September 17th, 2018. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the judge said, no. No, you are not getting a restraining order, and no, you cannot keep this man away from his child. And granted Doug Benefield immediate visitation with his daughter. He met his daughter for the first time. She was 6 months old. And at the time when they were exchanging custody.
Let's just pause on that. The father meets his own daughter when she's only 6 months old. So it takes him 6 months to basically get to see his own child.
Custody, which was at the sheriff's office for meeting the child. All of this animus had been going on. I mean, they had just had these hearings and all of this. And at that first time sharing, that's what they call it nowadays in family courts, time sharing. At the first time sharing, Ashley starts becoming very nice to Doug and says, basically, I'll go with you for the visitation. And that's what they do. The family goes off for visitation. And that begins approximately a year, of basically them working on the relationship, going out to restaurants, doing things, hanging out together as a family. About a year. Now, Doug never moves in with Ashley. He keeps a separate residence. But after almost a year, so around August of 2019, Ashley just stops talking to him. Just stops. And that's about the time Doug files for divorce. He finally says, okay, we're getting a divorce. Then what you'll hear is that the defendant started a whole new set of complaints. You will hear that she was involved in 5 different complaints, all revolving not around her this time, but about the child. Because now Doug has visitation with the child. So now these allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. And the allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. What you'll hear is that not one of these charges was ever prosecuted. Not one of these charges ever left law enforcement. So the defendant now has tried these 5 complaints after Doug filed for a divorce. Law enforcement's not helping her. No one has said that Doug cannot see this child. So there's still visitation going on. And in this meeting of all these people, it was decided that Doug and Ashley Benefield will go for a psychological evaluation.
Interesting. That's definitely going to be quite interesting. Okay, so someone says, I think Ashley may take the stand. D. Patterson, that's your hypothesis here. Earlier, when they were doing the little bit of pre-trial things going on, and the judge said you shouldn't draw any inferences if the defendant doesn't take the stand, she actually nodded slightly, which to me was a possible sign that she's not going to take the stand. That was how I saw it. So I guess we'll see how it turns out.
So they do. And they go to Dr. Broder, and Dr. Broder does a very extensive psychological evaluation. And he meets with them together. He meets with them separately. He meets with them with the child, whose name is Emerson, by the way. She's a little girl. And at the time of the shooting, she was about not yet 2 years old. During this evaluation, and what you'll hear from Dr. Broder is that Ashley Benefield acted very different when she was with Doug and when she was not with Doug. When she was with Doug, it was, we're moving to Maryland. We're going to work on our relationship. We're going to try and make this family work. When she's not with Doug, she's saying, no way, no how. I do not want this. I don't want to reconcile with him. And to Doug's knowledge, all he's hearing is, I want to reconcile. So that's what he knows. That report was coming out at that hearing on September 30th, 2020. So September 30th, 2020, Ashley knew the ruse was up. Now, there had to be a request from both sides, the husband and the wife, to release this psychological report. And at one point before the hearing, Ashley Benefield tried to get Doug to drop that so the report would not get out, would not be released. Doug refused. So that report was coming out on the 30th, and on the 27th, she kills him and claims self-defense. Now, you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Benefield. Probably some negative things, not so nice things. I would just ask you to remember who's saying them and why. Just because someone speaks words does not make it true. So use your common sense as you go through this trial. This is a long story with a lot of information, but you'll see that this was a custody battle that this mother was going to win at all costs. And the cost was the life of Doug Benefield. And that is murder. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Well, she's really writing those notes. I don't know. Can you see the pen? The pen's like
Thank you,
wiggling.
Judge Wright. May I
Pen sort of
request
going like this.
Whoops, lean down.
Now let's see if she continues to write notes. Looks like he's going to be using a projector. We're going to get some images, I guess. There you go. Not writing any notes. Going to hang on every word. Courtroom Strategy 101.
This is the divide between generations. I'm in the old school. I'd like to know that I have a picture and it's reliable. This is the new world. We rely on technology. I'm not sure that I'm a fan. All right, here we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Douglas Benefield. He was 58 when Ashley Benefield was forced to shoot him. Can I see the second picture, please? I want you to note how he's built for a 58-year-old man. Now, despite being raised by a family who taught me that it was ill to speak about the dead in an unflattering sense, I'm going to have some strong words about Douglas Benefield, the alleged victim in this case. I say alleged victim because he was anything but that. The evidence is going to show that Douglas Benefield was a very disturbed man. Of that, I assure you, you'll have no doubt when the case is over. 30 years older than Ashley, he was obsessed with her. And he successfully portrayed himself as everything he was not in an effort to win her hand in marriage. Despite promoting himself as a religious, honorable, and decent human being, Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man who absolutely insisted on control. Among other things, you're going to learn during this trial that over the course of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Benefield did the following. He fired a handgun into the ceiling of their kitchen on an occasion to stop Ashley from talking. He threw a loaded gun at Ashley. He punched their dog in the face so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious. He regularly carried a concealed firearm that was racked, meaning pulled back and ready to fire. He unlawfully placed a tracker on Ashley Benefield's vehicle.
Also seemed to have happened in the Michael Miller
He
case.
was regularly observed following Ashley Benefield in her car, driving in Manatee and Sarasota counties, despite the fact that he was living in South Carolina, having driven all the way just to tail her. He was caught by a neighbor at night, standing in the neighbor's backyard in an effort to peer into the Ashley's house. He punched numerous holes in the drywall of their home when they lived together in South Carolina. And he had a previous marital history of domestic violence. Ashley Benefield was painfully aware of all of this on September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. And I want to assure you that this is not going to come to you from just one place. These are acts that were admitted by Douglas Benefield himself. Ashley Benefield feared him. That was no secret, ladies and gentlemen. She left him a letter when she moved out 3 years prior to the homicide, detailing how scared she was of him because of all of these acts. She feared for herself and for her unborn child. 3 years before the shooting. She left him. He pursued her. She rejected him. He would not take no for an answer. She at times despised him. He did not care. She moved to get away from him. He followed her. She decided to go to Maryland. Surprise. He decided to go to Maryland as well. She belonged to him. He had the right to be with her, and no less than God decided that to be the case. Doug Benefield viewed Ashley Benefield as his property. Abusers seek to control their victims, to dominate them. At times, the pressure that Doug Benefield exerted and brought to bear upon Ashley Benefield was so overwhelming that it sometimes triggered questionable suspicions in Ashley's dedicated effort to protect herself and her child. Domestic violence victims have several things in common. Number one,
An argument, Judge?
Overruled. Number one, they initially believe things will get better. Instead, they get worse. Number two, domestic violence victims develop a get along, go along attitude. It's the mentality because appeasement keeps the beast at bay. Just do what he wants, and you'll be safe. These domestic violence victims constantly speak about walking on eggshells. And the reason they describe it like that is for fear of anything that they say may trigger a reprisal by the abuser. And if children are involved, everything is magnified. They become hyper-vigilant. Ashley Benefield developed all of those characteristics. So on 9/27/2020, the day of the homicide, Doug arrives at the residence of Ashley Benefield. And as you heard, they are living separately. He does not live there. He never resided there. This is at her home in Bradenton. He had no claim for entering that home on that day, except with the permission of Ashley, which she gave on that day because she was.
I must say that's quite interesting, is that I suppose you could say, was he there because of a custody thing? He was there to pick up his daughter. But if he was so terrifying, why would she let him in?
Moving to Maryland, and Doug was going to Maryland as well. But he knew, make no mistake, As the prosecutors told you, Doug Benefield knew full well on that day that this relationship was over. They were not going to be living together.
Yeah, but he'd also applied for divorce. That's also quite interesting. He applied for divorce, not her.
Maybe, hopefully, they could work out some type of co-parenting agreement, but she was done. So how does that day's events unfold? What happens that results in us all assembling here this morning?
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if the mother testifies and what the mother testifies, like what she actually says. It'll be interesting.
It starts, ladies and gentlemen, with Doug Benefield once again seeking control. He is simmering when he arrives at Ashley's home on that afternoon. Why is he simmering? He's on a slow boil, actually, because he knows that Ashley's moving. He knows that this relationship is over. And immediately there's a discussion about how they should pack the belongings, with Ashley taking the position that her belongings should be packed last. Why? Because Ashley's things are going to be unloaded first. And Doug will then continue on to wherever it is that he was going to reside. So, this is the most vulnerable time for a domestic violence victim, when the abuser recognizes that he's about to lose her. So what's his response to this? All right, classic tactics of an abuser, they are threats and intimidation on this afternoon as the two of them are trying to pack this U-Haul and this pod. In an effort to avoid confrontation with him, Ashley says, after a short while, gee, I'm really pretty exhausted. Why don't we stop for the day? We can finish tomorrow. Doug ignores it. His response is to grow increasingly aggressive and hostile. Not once, but twice, Doug body checks Ashley. And by body check, I mean he passes her in a hallway, slams his shoulder into her shoulder, almost knocking her over. That's not enough. The next thing is, as they're passing in a hallway, he's carrying a cardboard box. He jams the cardboard box into Ashley's side, which leaves scratches that the police photographer took. Again, now fearing for her safety because she sees how he is escalating in his behavior, she tries to persuade him, look, let's finish for the day. It's getting late. I'm tired. No go. Instead, Doug bellows, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave. I'm your husband, and I can spend the night if I want to. Well, that was enough for Ashley. She heads for the front door of the house to leave. Doug chases up to her, grabs her by the arm or hand, and spins her around. So
it's quite interesting that someone heads to the front door to leave. Was it Ashley or was it Doug? So someone was actually trying to leave when this happened.
So that his back is to the front door, blocking her from leaving. And he yells right in her face, where do you think you're going? Ashley, desperate at this point, Doug yells, you can't leave me. Ashley.
So what you've got here is her story about what happened. Of course, he's not here to give his story, right? He's not here he's dead. So her story about what happened kind of leads, right?
He somehow finds the strength to summon up the nerve to say, I am done. You need to leave now. She commands him to leave the home. Terrified while in his grasp, because he spun her around, his response is to smack her upside the head. And you'll see the pictures of her swollen face and her eye. And he yells, I am not done. Fearing for her life.
So one thing that'll be interesting is, did any neighbors hear any yelling?
As this was the first time that he had actually struck her. Up till then, it was always threats and intimidation. As intimidating as firing a gun may be to get you to stop speaking, he had never actually hit her. He'd pushed her. This time he struck her. Terrified after this, fearing for her life, she heads for her bedroom where she has a firearm.
Okay, so she's starting to look a little bit emotional here, but I must say, and I mean, I don't know her very well. People are different. But I must say, if you are so traumatized that you kill somebody and it's got to have impacted your whole life, your relationship with your child, the child's father, you'd imagine that that would be super, super traumatic. And so the defense lawyer is really going over all of this step by step in detail. And although she looks a little emotional, she doesn't look very emotional. You would imagine if you were in fear for your life that you killed someone, a woman, that you would be absolutely shaking now, that you'd be absolutely struggling to hold it together. She seems kind of calm.
She gets to the firearm. She turns around. She orders Doug to stop. When she looks up, he's in the doorway. Instead of seeing the gun and leaving, Doug gets into this warrior pose with his arms moving purposely and advances. At that point, petrified, she fires, believing that if he gets a hold of her, she will be either seriously injured or killed. To her horror, after firing, he continues to advance. She absolutely panics. She tries to get away and backs to the side to create more distance between them, but there is no place left for her to go in this small bedroom. At that point, in utter panic, she keeps firing the gun. She sees Doug's legs go up in the air, almost as if he was running and slipped, and he falls backwards. Instinctively, she flees the house and heads next door to John Sand's house. He's a neighbor. When all is said and done, ladies and gentlemen, and the testimony and the evidence is complete, the only thing that's going to have been established here beyond a reasonable doubt is that Douglas Benefield was a violent abuser. Ashley Benefield's efforts to placate him was absolutely consistent with what abused women do, especially when a child is involved, and that Ashley's result and resource to deadly force was absolutely justified under the circumstances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. Are we done for this, for the presentation for now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there you have it. Opening statements. What were your thoughts about the state's opening statements? What were your thoughts about the defense? Who do you think did a better job? I will always say this no matter what case we're dealing with. We are in the 20. Wow. Okay. Is she listening perhaps to some calming music? Anyway, we are in the 21st century, and you would think that modern courtrooms would make use of visuals, photos. If you think about opening statements, they tend to be a narrative. And I must say, in the Rust trial, I thought the state, it was a little bit remiss of the state not to show. I mean, the whole thing was on a movie set, to not actually show any footage, I think was a little bit of an error. And then, of course, the defense did do that. Of course, the defense showed an empty church in terms of the whole thing. But the point being, I do think that it's just stupid in this modern day to have something like a trial with opening statements, and you don't actually show footage to back up what you're talking about. Because if you think about it, how much do you have somebody talk to you for half an hour and just explain something to you like you're in high school or something? And even in high school, you'd imagine they have, displays and so on to explain what you're talking about. Everything we have today has got some kind of attendant display, whether it's on X, whether it's YouTube, whether it's television, streaming, whatever. You very seldom just have one person just talking and expecting you to follow all of that. Of course, you should be expected to follow it, but it's easier to follow when someone is not just telling you, they're showing you, right? And showing you is a much stronger way of telling a story than telling you. All storytellers know that. Okay, come, jump, come on, up, come. So, which lawyer do you think did a better job here? I must say the defense certainly made me reconsider what the prosecutor had said. She did allude to all of these motions and accusations. So obviously it's not as black and white as it seems, but who is the real victim here? Buttercat Paul says she didn't claim stand your ground. There's another strategy. Okay. Maria says jurors want motive or insight to understand why this happened. Okay. Anyway, let's listen in a little bit further. There are not a lot of people in chat, so I'm probably at this point, I'm not sure if I'm going to continue coverage of this trial. But let's just hear a little bit more of what the prosecution have to say.
All right, State, call your first witness.
Tommy Benefield. Tommy.
Now, what's quite interesting is I heard what the jurors said in the Rust case. They were saying how they felt so sorry for Alec Baldwin. And, I saw him taking notes, whereas they felt very sorry for him. And you can kind of imagine the same situation here. She is hoping that one or two or more jurors feel sorry for her.
So you just need to know exactly what's what. 4 years in this court. Let's go with that. morning,
sir.
Judge. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice. We'll hear you.
Yes, sir, I will.
Good morning.
Good morning, Suzanne.
Please state your name.
Tommy Douglas Benefield Jr.
Can you spell those?
Yes, ma'am. Tommie. Middle name Douglas, Douglas. Last name Benefield,
And his older brother?
Benefield, and Jr.
And what was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
I'm Doug's first cousin.
Oh,
How close were you and Doug?
Doug and I were completely attached, connected all the way through his adult life at varying times from daily to semi-annually, certainly quarterly, though a whole entire adult life.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm currently employed by a major airline out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I run a flight school or a portion of a flight school in Vero Beach, Florida, 3 days a week. It's a full-time job.
Okay. And were you and Doug close about flying?
Yes, ma'am. He followed me into the Navy. I was a Navy pilot off aircraft carriers, and Doug stayed with me in the months prior to him going into the Navy. He went through aviation officer candidate school, went through flight school, and then flew for 3 years and 2 deployments off aircraft carriers like I did. Same aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz, as a matter of fact.
Okay. How old was Doug Benefield when he died?
All right. He was 5 years younger than me. I'm 68 now. That was 4 years ago. 64. He was 59,
8.
I believe.
About how tall was Doug?
5'9", 5'10" at the most.
Approximately how much did he weigh at the time?
My guess is 160, 165. He was slender and fairly small for a man.
Okay. And before Doug moved to Florida, where did he live?
Before he moved.
Before he moved down here to Bradenton, Florida, where did he live?
Okay,
before
I'm
that?
sorry. I had to pick a year at that point. I'm sorry. He had a home all the way up until his death in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just north of Charleston. 701 Preservation Place was the address.
Okay. And he lived at that address before moving to Bradenton, Florida, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then he rented the
I've been to Charleston. It's quite nice. So if you live just north of there, must have been quite a nice spot.
house out when he moved to Bradenton for visitation of their daughter.
Okay. And before he met Ashley, who did he live with at the house?
The house for multiple years was Doug, his longtime wife Renee, and their daughter Eva. That's prior to Renee's death in 2015, December of 2015.
Okay. So Renee died in 2015. Do you know how she died?
Yes, ma'am. She died of a undiagnosed heart ailment, cardiac arrest.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh,
Not qualified.
Lack of qualifications,
Yes.
overruled on that basis.
was Renee Eva Benefield's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you say that date again? Was 2015 that she died?
I believe it's December 2nd, but I may have the day off, but not the month of
Okay.
2015.
2015. All right. And I want to ask you now, switch to Ashley. So about how long after Renee died did Doug meet Ashley?
9 months.
Okay. When did you first meet Ashley?
I met Ashley in the spring of 2017. I believe the date was either March 14th or April 14th.
And did you know about Ashley before you met her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did your meeting come about?
I was flying for Southwest Airlines as a captain at the time. They changed my schedule like they do many times in the airline world. And I ended up not overnight.
So, what do you think about this guy being the first witness? I mean, he's 5 years older than the victim. I mean, if I know the defense want to make the case that it's about like this sort of lecherous old dude, but don't you think it's playing into the defense case, putting a even older dude onto the stand first? I mean, isn't that going to, in a way, if a jury is sort of heading in that direction, like I'm a little bit wary of old dudes, isn't that going to really emphasize that? And if you think about it, you see this guy on the stand who's standing up for the victim, and then you see Ashley, and you can see just this huge age gap. And just on paper, without knowing anything about the case, aren't you going to be thinking bad old dude, poor innocent young girl? Aren't you going to kind of be thinking that?
In Baltimore, Maryland, and they sent me to Charleston, South Carolina. Because I was going to Charleston, I texted Doug and said, hey, I'll be in to Charleston tonight. I'd like to have dinner. And he said, great. Text.
Sustained.
Okay. During your conversations, did he mention the name Ashley?
In the second text chain, which is entered.
Sustained.
I'm asking because.
I can answer the question, ma'am. When I arrived in Charleston, I texted Doug, and his text to me specifically was,
And you can't speak about what Doug said to you,
okay,
but during the text messages, did he indicate to you there was a female involved?
yes, that's the first mention of Ashley to me, that we were not going to have dinner at the airport, and that I was to take Uber up to Mount Pleasant to meet them.
Okay. And was that at their house?
That was at Doug's house. Yes, ma'am. 701 Preservation Place.
Doug's house at the time. All right. And how long were you with them, the two of them together?
4 to 5 hours. We started at the house. We ended up going back to my hotel, getting a piece of medical technology, medical device that was a master trainer in that device. We had dinner together at a pizza restaurant across from the hotel, and then went back to my room in the hotel, the three of us, and certainly 4 to 5 hours that day.
And during this time, did you have multiple conversations with both of them?
We had conversations about everything, especially about how they met,
Okay.
starting at the house, ending at the hotel.
And what did Ashley say about how they met?
She talked about how they met at a political event, a meeting, where Doug and his business investors were.
Personal knowledge.
Defendant's statement.
Yeah, overruled.
You can go ahead.
Both Ashley and Doug told me about how they met the first night at a political meeting, how Ashley had reached out to him before that meeting. They showed me text messages between them for the 10 days between the first meeting and her second meeting with him up in Charleston, Mount Pleasant. They talked about how they had mutual interests, mutual alignment, how they were looking for the same thing in a relationship. They talked about, Ashley talked specifically about her fibromyalgia and pain associated with her ballet dancing days. Ashley talked about her mother, her upbringing.
It's not quite sure why, if what was said earlier was hearsay, why is this not hearsay?
About her father, about the separation there.
Okay.
Do you have an objection
Yes, sir.
on the basis?
Hearsay.
Okay.
It's my
defendant's
understanding this is the defendant's statement.
statement. Yes.
All right, overruled.
Okay.
So it came from
Let me
her
stop you there.
statement.
So-
Okay.
She said that her and Doug met at a political event.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you were meeting with them, were they married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley indicate to you when they got married or how long they had been married?
Yes, ma'am. 13 days from first meeting.
That they got married 13 days after they met?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ashley indicate where they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
That was in Mount Pleasant or Charleston. Doug's best friend at the time, Tripp, married them.
Okay. Did Ashley ever discuss with you that she carried a gun?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She said that on their initial meeting, in the political meeting, that she and Doug's traveling partner in business went outside of Secret Service people, and she showed him the gun she was carrying at that event in her bra.
Okay. And she talked to you about this during your meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to jump forward a little bit, but did you have any conversations that night about them wanting to have a child? Or was that a different time?
I don't remember us talking about it that first night. No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember a conversation with Doug and Ashley, specifically Ashley, about them wanting a child?
I believe it was later in the late spring, the next time that I visited with them.
Okay. And to your knowledge, could Doug have children?
He had a vasectomy after having his daughter with Renee, his longtime wife.
Did Ashley?
I'm sorry, so no, he
Okay.
couldn't have children.
Did Ashley speak about that in front of you, Ashley and Doug together, or Ashley separate about the vasectomy?
They did when they were discussing having Doug have a vasectomy reversal. Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Right. And
Now, that in on its own is kind of quite interesting, is that Doug isn't with her because he wants a child. I mean, Doug is sort of done with that part of his life. But she wants a child. Why does she want a child? She, like, if you think about it, the marriage is accelerated, and I don't know. I mean, I'm speculating here, but I'm guessing that she wanted to get married sooner than later because she's also the one who wants a child. I'm also assuming that maybe he decides he wants a child, but you'd think that if he's had a vasectomy that he doesn't want any more children. But she convinces him to have a child. Doesn't she also convince him to get married sooner than later? But then you've also got to ask, why does she want to, if it's true, why does she want to get married sooner than later and have a child ASAP? Why? What's the point of all of that? Within the context of being with this much older dude.
to your knowledge, did that reversal ultimately go through?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe Ashley actually paid for it on a credit card. They talked about that.
Okay. And ultimately, she became pregnant?
Yes, 3 months after the vasectomy was reversal, she became pregnant. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did they end up, I'm going to skip a little bit forward now.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they end up having a wedding reception?
They did. I believe it was June of 2017. I was single parenting at the time, and I wasn't able to attend, but it was in Charleston, South Carolina, at the home of one of Doug's business partners.
Okay. You mentioned something about ballet dancing, so I'm going to ask you about that. In your meetings and discussions with Ashley, did she indicate she was interested in the ballet?
She spoke about
Yeah, Doug had one other daughter with his previous wife, Renee.
the fact that she had been a ballet dancer, that she had performed in, I'll call them shows, back, I believe, in Maryland, where she grew up. And by the time that I first met Ashley, they had formed the ballet company called the American National Ballet in Charleston. And they were, at the time that I first met her, they were working on getting that ballet company up and running.
Okay. And was this going to be a large endeavor?
Several $1 million, yes, ma'am.
Wow. Okay,
Up to
there you have
40
it.
dancers were hired.
There
Yes,
you
ma'am,
have it.
large endeavor.
Okay. And do you know what Doug's role was in that, in your discussions with Ashley?
So what I'd like to know is, what did Doug do for a living? Like, and let's see a picture of his house, and what car did he drive?
Did you find out what Doug's role was in
Yeah,
that?
Doug and Ashley talked about it on the first night I met her, about how they founded the ballet, how Doug did the online
Yeah, so there is definitely that kind of vibe going on, isn't there?
Limited Liability Corporation worked, founded the name, resurrected that name, how they worked together to try to build a ballet that was diverse and open to more than one body size, body shape, body color. That was the philosophy of the ballet as they explained it. That was Ashley's dream.
And how was it funded?
It was funded several ways. A number of Doug's business partner, friends, and Doug himself invested money. They had a major, let's say, arts benefactor in Charleston, is a personal injury lawyer who was going to be the primary major donor. In Doug's case, Doug was working on very advanced technologies and patents at the time. And in his case, he didn't have any savings or cash in the bank. So he sold his future stock grants and options to other investors to put his own money in, about $100,000 in his case.
So while this
Well, I thought that was quite interesting, just the way she prodded her lawyer with a pen. I thought that was just quite interesting. How she got his attention. I mean, that's quite assertive. You could see he was kind of moved over some way away, and she didn't just kind of wave at him or gesture at him. She literally prodded him with her pen, which is definitely quite assertive, I'd say. What do you guys say?
ballet was in development or launching, did Ashley ultimately become pregnant? I know you said she became pregnant several months later, but I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Yes, ma'am. So in February of 2017 are the records and what they told me about $100,000 in his case. They had a major, let's say, arts benefactor in Charleston, is a personal injury lawyer who was going to be the primary major donor. In Doug's case, Doug was working on very advanced technologies and patents at the time. And in his case, he didn't have any savings or cash in the bank.
You can actually see that she's breathing quite heavily. About when they're talking about money, she's going like this, and then she does this.
So he sold his future stock grants and options to other investors to put his own money in, about $100,000 in his case.
So while this ballet was in development or launching, did Ashley ultimately become pregnant? I know you said she became pregnant several months later, but I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Yes, ma'am. So in February of 2017 are the records and what they told me about founding it. I met her in maybe a month or two after that on that Charleston overnight. They held the first ballet event, and I was invited in May of 2017. Once again, single parent, I wasn't able to attend. She got pregnant in July, and we talked about that multiple times. And the next month in August was the large launch, which me, my business partners, my veteran friends, supporters of Doug all went to Charleston for that major launch in August. It was at a place, I'm sorry.
And at that time, was Ashley pregnant in August?
She was pregnant. I don't remember if she
Is
knew
she on
or
her
not.
phone?
It was
Okay.
1 month after
Was she holding her phone
the pregnancy
under
was
the table?
Emerson was conceived.
And at some point, did Ashley move away from the South Carolina home?
Yes, ma'am. We had the August ballet big launch. 2 weeks later.
So I think you can already start seeing kind of what's going on, in a sense that she's quite a pretty young person, right? She's been a model, she's a ballerina, but at the same time, it seems like there's something wrong with her confidence, because you'd imagine that she'd find the right kind of guy for her. Maybe the folks in Florida, the guys in Florida weren't really interested in ballet. She couldn't find a cultured young man kind of situation. But it is a kind of a weird situation where she's quite attractive, and yet she can't seem to land the right kind of guy. And what is the right kind of guy? Right? What is the right kind of guy? Is the right kind of guy the right age, or is he someone with means and resources? She's also got a small mouth, and that small mouth to me communicates someone who, I could be wrong when I say that, but someone who's kind of reserved in a way. I don't want to say introverted, but someone who may have difficulty associating with other people. It's almost as though someone whose mouth is quite small doesn't speak a lot, so their mouth gets small. I could be wrong. It might be a silly thing to say, but you kind of got to wonder, although she's attractive, does she actually have sexual agency? Does she have that sort of agency where she can, meet men and keep men kind of thing? I don't know if you know what I'm getting at. Or is it a real situation that she's struggling financially in a really serious way, so she can't afford to just have boyfriends in a normal way? Just makes one wonder.
Doug moved Ashley down to Ashley's mother's home in Lakewood Ranch. Drove down one day, dropped her off, and drove back the next day. That's late August.
And what was the
Bria, I think you're right about the makeup. I'm talking about the actual mouth, the actual lip size.
understanding, what was Ashley's understanding of why she was moving and what was going on?
In text conversations and personal conversations with Ashley.
Defendant's statement.
It's going to
I
be,
think the other side to it is also what changed. For example, so if she wanted X, Y, Z in the beginning, what changed? Did anything change? And it looks like she received money was made available, but then the company didn't work. So you could say, well, now I've gotten what I wanted. It didn't work. Well, now I don't really, that ship has sailed. Another thing that may have changed was that her mother inherited a house, which essentially meant that she didn't have to live with this old dude in his house, because she had another house that she could live in. I think that is really showing her true intentions. The fact that she continued to stay not with him, the fact that she continued to stay with her mother. So she, in a way, you get the sense that she wanted her bread buttered on both sides. Take me out to meals, pay for this, pay for that, but I want to not live with you. I want some control over my life, in a way.
the defendant's statements.
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Okay, shall we just jump ahead of this? Can you see she's got a very small mouth for her face? She was 24.
Throughout the time that you saw
24.
Doug and Ashley together, how did Doug act?
In particular on the opening night and all the way through their relationship. Opening night, totally in love, both of them in love with each other. Doug was always very respectful. He was very, very respectful with her in front of me, both that initial night and then the next weekend, I believe in May, that I spent down in Sarasota, Bradenton with them. Every time he was respectful of her. They were in love. They never showed anything in front of me other than caring for each other.
That was going to be my next question. So did you see anything other than that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Taylor, as I've said before, you're free to use the podium if you prefer to cross from table. Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Benefield.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
You were a naval pilot, correct?
Navy pilot, yes, sir.
I think you mentioned the training that you had briefly, correct?
I went through extensive training all my 30-year career, yes, sir.
Okay. Some of that training included close quarters combat, did it not?
No, sir, never.
No hand-to-hand
No,
training at all?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation where you related information about close quarters combat?
Yes, sir. I was in charge. I was the senior.
Do you remember that conversation
Which one, sir? I don't know which
about
one you're
close
speaking
quarters combat?
If it was in perspective of me running security and self-defense training for my airline, not the Navy.
That's interesting.
You received no such training in the Navy.
No, sir, never.
Did Doug admit to you firing the gun in the kitchen of their home?
Can we approach?
Yes.
So what I got from that was that he is given self-defense training, either directly or as part of his academy. Did you see he just gave a wink to someone? I'm not sure if that's a very good look. Being on the stand and winking at someone in the gallery, I don't know if that's a very good look. Or that. I don't know what that's all about, whether she's trying to cope with her anxiety or whether one wonders, does she have anxiety or is she trying to convey that she has anxiety? I mean, in that picture that you're seeing right there, she could be 18 years old, 16 years old. One does wonder, are the jury going to be thinking about this case in terms of appearances or evidence? Yeah, I mean, I feel the same. I feel the same. Okay, well, let's jump on ahead. Quite a long sidebar, this.
Ashley's leaving your cousin Doug in September 18th of 2017. Were you a fan of Ashley Benefield's in May of 2018?
I don't remember specifically that word, but it may have been in our lengthy phone calls and text messages from January through June, possibly.
You expressing support for her?
Support for her story of the case, yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you tell her, in fact, at one point, she married the wrong Benefield?
Sustained.
Wow, okay. That's pretty interesting. So two things there. Number one, this dude had originally, this is Tommy. Tommy had originally accepted her version of events. And secondly, it almost seems like he'd made a pass at her, basically saying apparently said you married the wrong Benefield. Objection sustained.
Did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield?
Relevance.
Approach.
Sorry, I'm just. Okay, Well, this is another long sidebar.
Yes.
Maybe see what you're showing.
Sure.
So the question that I asked earlier about, is she someone she's attractive, she's, she was a model, but so you'd assume that she has a certain amount of traction with the opposite sex, but does she? And so she has, to some extent, this mismatch of, how can I put it, confidence. So less confidence than you might expect. And then at the same time, she is attractive. Then is that mismatch going to lead to inner conflict and inner turmoil, which is you, in a way, you don't have certain power and control over yourself. And so you give it away, and then you demand that power and control in ways that are, what's the word, irregular, when you're not happy with your lot in life. I think that's the kind of point that I'm getting at. In other words, if the amount of confidence and agency that you seem to have doesn't match what you really have, it's going to create a kind of a tension, if that makes sense.
I'm going to show you a document. Why don't you take a moment and look at it and tell us if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you suggested to Miss Benefield she'd married the wrong Benefield.
It does not say anything about marrying the wrong Benefield.
Does it say,
Objection.
Hold on. Sir, has that document, without identifying it, we need to lay the predicate.
Build
Mr.
foundation.
Benefield, is that document reflective of the communication that you shared with Miss Benefield?
I believe it's correct and unaltered.
All right. And it's between you and Miss Benefield, is
Yes,
it
sir.
not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's accurate, is it not?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Do you say thank you, wrong
Objection.
Benefield?
Yeah, approach, Mr. Taylor. State.
So I've got a question. I wonder who's paying for her defense here? What is paying for her defense? Where's that money coming from? Murder trial defense lawyers aren't cheap, that's for sure.
Yes, sir.
Now, would you tell us your recollection, having been refreshed, whether or not, tell us what your response was to Ashley's text.
This is 6 months, and you want me to just focus on
Just tell us
one
what your,
line? Is that
Mr.
what correct,
Benefield,
Mr. Taylor?
just tell us what your response was to Ashley's text, your recollection having been refreshed.
Ashley says in the text,
Mr. Benefield,
Sustained.
please tell us what your response to Miss Benefield's text was now that your recollection has been refreshed.
there are multiple on the page, sir.
Mr. Benefield, I think you know what I'm referring to. Would you please answer my question?
I would like to answer it as it pertains to what she said.
I didn't ask you what she said, Mr. Benefield. I asked you to please tell us, your recollection having been refreshed, what you said.
Would you like me to read
And
that
Judge, I would
bubble?
object. We do not need to be reading from this document.
Hold on. Deputy, would you please take the jury into the jury room? If you could give us 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Wow.
Remember, please don't begin your
A lot of
discussions and
drama.
deliberations amongst yourselves. You
And
can
it
use your
doesn't
phone if
reflect
you need
well
to
on him,
contact
does it?
people, but don't talk about the case with anyone else. And don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead to when they come back from recess, and that's this moment.
Anybody attempt to approach you or speak with you about your testimony, the evidence, or this case?
No, sir.
Did you speak with anyone about your testimony, the questions asked of you, or the evidence of this case?
No, sir.
All right. Let's go and bring the jury in, please. You all go ahead and have a seat. Whenever you find your spots, just sit on down. All right, everyone gonna have a seat. Members of the jury, during that break, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, discuss the case with anybody outside of the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? Everybody says no. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Benefield, when we last were assembled, we were waiting for you to answer the question whether you felt Ashley had married the wrong Benefield.
No, sir, I did not believe that.
Was it a joke?
It was an attempt to keep a communication open between us.
You know, we've established that you were aware that Ashley left Doug in September of 2017.
Yes, sir.
And we've also established that following that, you expressed your support of her.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to direct your attention specifically to the month of November of 2017. Were you?
So he expresses his support of her. Also, apparently says you married the wrong Benefield. He's now the number one prosecution witness, and arguably not the best prosecution witness. Remember, I said that early on. Are they really picking the best guy to open the prosecution with?
You aware of a domestic violence injunction that Miss Benefield sought and obtained from South Carolina court?
Yes, sir, at that time.
And did you express to Miss Benefield
Objection.
She's
Yes, the
28
question.
now, Earth.
your support of her after she obtained that domestic violence injunction?
Sustained.
Did you support Miss Benefield in November of 2017 following the issuance of a domestic violence injunction?
Not specifically about that, sir.
Do you recall expressing your support on Saturday, November 4th, 2017?
I don't remember that specifically, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Benefield, I'm going to show you a document, see if this refreshes your recollection. Does the areas that I check refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Those appear to be my statements.
All right, your recollection having been refreshed, Mr. Benefield, on November 4th, following the issuance of the domestic violence injunction to Ms. Benefield, did you express your support to her?
There are two problems with your question for me, sir. I'm going to ask you.
Would you answer my question, and then you can certainly feel free to explain it?
I was unaware of I believe I was unaware of any result of any pending case in South Carolina at the time I texted that.
I thought you just told us you were aware.
I became aware after the fact when the mutual protection order was entered. I found out about it after the fact, but I don't remember the date of that event as it relates to the November 4th.
Okay, guys, I'm at 90 minutes into this. The sun's setting. Would you mind if I walk my dog? I'll leave it on live for you guys. But if I don't walk him now, I'm not going to get a chance. So you guys happy with that? Or do you want me to sort of go into recess? What do you guys say? I'm going to exit with my dog and you guys carry on watching. Are you guys happy with that? Anyone? Cool. Here we go.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
State, any redirect?
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, can this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are released from your subpoena. The prior restrictions that I placed upon you are removed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State called Eva Benefield.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, and right as you need it. Actually, you're just fine right there. I think that's close enough.
Okay.
Speak in a loud, clear voice, and we'll hear everything. Go ahead.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield,
How do you spell your first name?
EVA,
And how old are you now?
23.
What was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
He was my father.
And who was your mother?
Renee Benefield.
And we heard from the previous witness, she died, unfortunately, at some time before this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you first find out about someone named Ashley Benefield?
It was August of 2016, about 9 months after my mom passed.
Okay. And how did you find out about her?
My dad was on the phone when he picked me up from school, and he had his phone on speaker, and they mentioned him having a girlfriend, and if he was going to bring his girlfriend to a conference that they had that weekend.
And was that the first time you had any information that there might have been a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 15.
At the time, were you upset with him about that?
No, I just told him that I trusted him, and if that's what made him happy, that I would be happy for him.
And about how long after that did you find out they were married?
It was 2 days after.
And how did you find out that they were married?
My dad came up into my room, and he said, "Eva, we need to have a chat downstairs with Ashley." She was at the house at the time, and I said, I don't think we need to. I understand that you're dating her and you're happy, but please just, give me my space a little bit. I don't want to have a conversation." And he said, "No, I think it's really important we do." And I said, "The only time that I would want to have a conversation with y'all is if you told me that you were going to propose." And when those words came out of my mouth, he told me that they were married.
Okay. So that's how you found out they were married.
Yes.
Did Ashley eventually move into your house?
Yes.
And that was the house in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, who all lived in the house? Just the three of you?
Yes.
How was their relationship together that you saw?
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They were very touchy-feely, PDA. Any event with school or extracurricular that I was in, they were together. They'd go grocery shopping together, go travel together. They never left each other's side.
Okay. And how did you and Ashley get along?
It was friendly at first.
Okay. You said it first.
Yes.
And then what happened?
Over time, she tried to reprimand me a little bit more and kind of step into a motherly role. And I did not like that because it was so short after my mom passed away.
Okay.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And in Ashley's interactions with you, or interactions that she had or disagreements that she had with your father, how did you observe her to act?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, it wasn't a good question. Whenever she had a disagreement with you, how would she act?
It was almost temper tantrum like. It was
Objection. Impermissible character evidence.
I'm sorry.
Character evidence.
Overruled.
Okay, so it was temper tantrum like, and you didn't sound like you were finished. What were you saying?
she would go directly to my dad and tell him that I wasn't obeying.
Okay. And did her reactions to you seem to be on the level of the situation, or did she get more angry at the situation?
Usually they were overreactions over small things.
Okay. And how about interactions with your dad? Did you ever hear her argue with your father?
I heard her strongly voice her opinions over and over and over again.
Okay. Now, you said over and over and over again. Is that something that you heard on a regular basis or something you only heard once?
It was on a regular basis.
Okay. And when she was voicing her opinions to your father, was he ever reacting to that?
No, he would just sit quietly and listen.
Did you ever see them fight,
No,
verbally fight?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see them physically fight?
no.
How often would you say that Ashley and your father would disagree within your hearing?
Never.
Okay. You said if Ashley was trying to get her point across that she would go on and on about that?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't term that as a disagreement?
No.
Okay. And what would you term that as?
My dad just listened to her voice her concerns.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad at any time yell at her?
No,
Did you ever hear your dad do something or say something that was controlling to her?
no,
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
no,
Did you ever see or hear your dad get physical with her?
no.
No further questions.
Cross.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Benefield.
Good morning.
We met previously at a deposition, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize to you for meeting you under these circumstances. I'm required to ask you a few questions based on the testimony that you've given us. You lived in the house at the time that Ashley and your father were first married.
Yes.
And you found out from your father that he had married Ashley when he introduced her to you.
It wasn't when I was first introduced. It was a day after.
So the day after, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So your mother had passed away approximately 8 months earlier,
9 months.
9 months earlier. And your father, with no advance knowledge, came and introduced you to his new wife.
Yes.
There was a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen in your home, correct?
Correct.
You know what that hole was, how it got there?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I don't know if it will or not.
I would prefer the question not be asked.
Okay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
So I think the question that was pending, Ms. Benefield, was, did you know how?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Let me back up. You told us there was a hole in the ceiling of your kitchen.
Yes.
Was that hole in the ceiling of your kitchen, can you describe it?
It was small.
Small, kind of round?
Yes.
Consistent with an object?
Objection, speculation.
Let me finish the question.
Consistent with an object the size of a bullet?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were there holes in the drywall of your home?
There was one.
Was it from the closet
No.
outside to the drywall?
No.
Where was
It was near the kitchen.
it? Did you know how it got there?
Yes.
Was the hole consistent with the size of a fist?
Yes.
Was that hole patched?
Eventually.
Who patched it?
My father.
Did you know that your father studied close quarters defense in the Navy?
Yes.
And tell us what close quarters defense comprises.
I'll allow it briefly so she can explain the basis of her knowledge.
Well, let me give the court a little better insight into this. Ms. Benefield, do you hold a black belt?
Yes.
And are you trained in defensive combat fighting?
Taekwondo.
Did you and your father often discuss different styles of defensive fighting?
We had the conversations when I was practicing when I was
Okay.
10.
And tell us were you trained in close quarters defense?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what it entails.
In hand-to-hand combat.
Okay. And it's the type of hand-to-hand combat where if confronted by a weapon, rather than turning and run, you're trained as to how to remove the weapon from the other person's hands.
Well, you're told to first ask for no conflict, and then if they proceed, yes.
Yeah. In other words, your objective is to take the weapon away.
If there's a weapon involved, yes.
Were you aware that a domestic violence injunction had been issued by the court in South Carolina?
No.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
One last question, Ms. Benefield. Was your dad fixated with Ashley?
I think they were fixated with each other.
Did you make a prior state? Whoops. Did you express at any time that your dad, your words, not mine, was fixated with Ashley?
I might have.
Give me just a moment, Judge. Do you remember having your deposition taken?
Yes.
Proper impeachment objection.
Well, I need page and line,
Um,
and I don't have a copy of it.
Yeah, I was just first asking her the question. Do you remember sitting for a deposition?
Yes.
Let me pass to you this document and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Judge, may we approach?
Approach. The word that you had used to refer to your dad's interest in Ashley was what?
When are you referencing?
In general. Was the word fixated? Was that the word you used?
Yes.
That's all.
Right, redirect.
No, thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
No.
Yeah.
Or- Okay, yes, but no, so you know. All right, Ms. Benefield, you've not been released from your subpoena, all right? And the Rule of sequestration has been invoked. What that means is that you can't be in the courtroom anytime that there's testimony being given or evidence being presented. Because this is being shown on TV or the internet or something, you can't watch it outside of court. You can't watch what's going on inside of court. You can't be inside of court. You also may not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or any of the attorneys. Better practices don't talk about with anybody else. And none of the other witnesses nor the attorneys can talk with you about what's going on in court. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, you're not released from your subpoenas. You need to remain available.
Okay.
All right. But for now, you're excused.
Judge Bailey?
All right, members of the jury, it's right about lunchtime, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's just a couple of minutes before 12. In order to give you time to go and find what you want and everything, I'm going to ask you to be back in that jury assembly room downstairs at about 1:10. All right, so it'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes if you want to go somewhere. Certainly, there's plenty of places. If you haven't been in downtown Bradenton for a while, there's plenty of places up and down Main Street, 12th Street, all the way down to the water. There's some places on 13th, also some places a little bit south. Please leave your notes here. Do not discuss the case with anyone else outside of the jury or amongst yourselves. Please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Remember also, it's kind of a small town. Sometimes it happens where jurors are sitting in one booth and somebody on the other side of that booth you hear talking about the case, or you heard names that sound familiar or things that sound familiar. Remember, they may not know you're there. Just, hey, I'm on the jury. I need you to stop. If they don't, I need you to report it to the deputies as soon as you get back. All right, you're free to go. All right, have a seat. Before I let you all go, State, you had just mentioned that despite Eva Benefield not being released, you want her to remain in the courtroom.
Yes, pursuant to Marcy's law and pursuant to the earlier discussion.
All right, did you want to be heard? No. Okay, then she'll be allowed to remain in the courtroom as the next of kin.
Okay, thank you.
All right, same with you all. I don't foresee, you said you exchanged witness lists, so you know who's going to be coming in the afternoon. Are there any that, because this morning we had talked about 4 different people, so 2 have testified. Whenever we get back, if there's any particular issues about any folks in the afternoon, let me know.
Okay.
All right?
And we're behind, so I'm not sure exactly when those other people will be coming up. So
All right, we'll see you guys back here at 1:10.
thank you. And we anticipate the jury coming back in at 1:15.
Correct, exactly.
Oh, what did I miss, guys? Let's have a look at your comments. Where was he shot? Upstairs or downstairs? I think he was shot downstairs, and he was shot near the front door, as far as I understand it. Let's go through a little bit of background here. And we're going to go via this article from CBS. Is Ashley Benefield the real-life Black Swan? Right? Oh, I didn't miss much. Okay. So that's from this article from CBS. And there's just a little bit of background here. She's a former ballerina. Let's do it like this. Former ballerina, swimsuit model, and she founded a ballet company, with her husband, Doug. She's charged with murdering her husband, Doug Benefield, in Florida. So they met in August 2016 at a dinner party during the presidential campaign. Doug was 54, Ashley was 24. Age apparently hardly mattered. What would you say about age not mattering now, given that there's now a murder trial? He immediately thought Ashley was the most beautiful, most amazing person in the world. And so there is this article as well from Vanity Fair. I think I've got it here. This article from Vanity Fair. Appeared to have deep pockets and noble mission to highlight the racially diverse and physically unconventional dancers. Now, I'm going to say something a little unpopular. The classic ballet dancer is delicate, nimble, flexible, thin, for the lack of a better word. Do you think founding a ballet company with sort of overweight ballet dance is going to work? It's almost like starting a Olympic gymnast team with obese people. It might not get off the ground. If you think about ballet, you've got to stand on your toes, like when Michael Jackson does that turn, he stands on his toes. That's not easy to do the more you weigh, right? Definitely not easy to do the more you weigh. Maria says they just tried to state that both daughter and father had combat defense training. Okay, that's good to know. In Florida, can the defendant hear the sidebar? I really don't know. I don't know. Okay, so let's go through the rest. At the time they met, she worked in the campaign office of Donald Trump in Sarasota, Florida. He was a consultant from South Carolina. What kind of consultant? A former Navy pilot who worked with technology companies and defense contractors. That does make you think that he's kind of a big deal, that he works with big companies. And so their love got off to a very quick start. They said, I love you within a week. And they were married for less than 2 weeks later. 13 days later, they were married. Doug's teenage daughter, Eva, admits there was friction between her and Ashley. So that was something that didn't quite work. You can imagine if you have this fairy tale for Doug and for Ashley, you have this sort of fairy tale of, wow, I really like you, I really like you. Well, the fact that he's got a daughter that's almost Ashley's age, that's going to kind of, you know that sound when a record player, the needle on the record player kind of goes, right, like that. It's going to kind of do that to this fairy tale that's kind of going on, where you sort of realize, wow, this actually is kind of weird. And so he told his daughter that he needed somebody, and and that she needed a motherly role in her life. Well, more like a sisterly role. And she said, I didn't think that I needed that. Eva had already been through significant trauma. Only 9 months earlier, Eva had come home from school to discover her mother Renee's dead body. She had died of an undiagnosed heart ailment. Now, I guess that's another thing that one would want to get certainty about. Tell me what's going on. Was this definitely an undiagnosed heart ailment? Remember what happened to Alex Cox? He also kind of died very conveniently and quite suddenly. Do you want to come up? Okay, so Doug became very close to Eva, and she says, after my mom died, I could go to him with boy problems, school drama, and he would take care of it. And you can imagine that once Ashley came along, the relationship between father and daughter degraded, that he probably wasn't there as much for his daughter. Well, there you have it. Their close relationship suffered after Ashley moved in. Eva said that she felt like Ashley was taking away her best friend. Ashley had a dream to create an inclusive ballet company. Doug wanted to make Ashley happy, and he was determined to make her dream a reality. Dancers from all over the country began arriving in Charleston to join the American National Ballet, or ANB. Then Ashley becomes pregnant. You can imagine a pregnant ballet dancer doesn't work very well either. Tensions with Eva continued. Doug and Ashley argued about Eva. Doug lost his temper and fired a gun into the ceiling of their home. That's definitely not a good look, right? Doug said, I did the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. Well, he nevertheless did it. Have you ever fired a gun inside a house? So that's definitely good for the defense. Ashley told Doug and others that she felt nauseous during her pregnancy. Ashley moved back to Florida where her mother could care for her full time. Now, there's definitely a thought that creeps into your mind where Ashley's feeling nauseous, right? And Doug's first wife has died in a somewhat mysterious way. You know, she comes home from school to find her mother's dead body. It does make one wonder, is there any connection, right? Ashley moved back to Florida where her mother could care for her. Doug agreed, but Ashley took it further than he ever expected. On the night he was hosting a party for ANB, for that ballet company. Yes, yeah. Ashley drove back to his house and left a 4-page letter listing all his inadequacies and more. That's quite a mean thing to do. That's a little bit of a, that's a really big betrayal. Really a big betrayal. And in this sense, one wonders, is there any connection between what she did here and the allegation that she deliberately killed him? Or is it not A or C, it's B? It's a bit of the fact that he was a scary dude, but she also did kill him, not in self-defense. In the note, Ashley called Doug possessive and controlling. She wrote the incident when he'd fired a gun into the ceiling and had left her fearful for her life. And so that is the question here. Was he possessive and controlling? His daughter Eva said, I could see the look in his face when he read it. I could just tell his heart was broken. The months that followed were an increasingly rough time for Doug. Now, you know, the sense you got when Tommy was asked, did you write that text? And he didn't really want to answer the question. You kind of wonder how much of that muddiness, murkiness is the case with Doug. Is Doug innocent, or is Doug not so innocent? I mean, no one is ever completely good or completely bad, right? Maria says, was she the toxic one in the relationship? OCD says, anyone can see that this relationship was going to end well. Iceland says, Eva appears smart and sensed something for sure. Her expression seemed very telling, and Ashley seemed displeased and holding back anxiety when Eva was on the stand. That's interesting. Okay, so it goes on to say, Ashley unleashed a number of accusations against Doug. She claimed he was poisoning her with tea and accused him of poisoning his wife, Renee, who had died of a heart ailment. So maybe Ashley is a little, what's the word? Maybe she's a little overly anxious. Timmy, when are you going to relax? Maybe she's a little overly anxious. On the other hand, maybe not. By the way, let me just edit the name on this live stream because I've actually spelled it wrong. Let me just quickly fix that. It's Ashley, Ley. Right? I'm literally thinking about Ashley Benefield, and so I'm spelling it like Ashley Benefield is spelled. Okay. I think I'm going to have to change it somewhere else. Just give me a second. Timmy, can you give me a second? Okay. Right. Let's get back to it. Okay, so her claims were investigated, right? That's important. Her claims were investigated about the poisoning, but nothing was found to substantiate the charges. That doesn't mean there was nothing, but certainly it was at least investigated. When their daughter was born in March 2018, Ashley didn't inform Doug. Now, that again is quite a betrayal. So how many times has Ashley betrayed Doug? Also did not put his name on the birth certificate. It would be 6 months before he'd be allowed to see her after a judge intervened. That's another betrayal. So who's betraying who more? Somehow the couple patched up their differences, and for a year they seemed mostly happy. In the spring of 2020, Ashley suggested a move to Maryland with their then 2.5-year-old daughter and Ashley's mother, Alicia Byers. Doug agreed. On September 27, Doug helped Ashley's pack the family's possessions. Now, I must say, that doesn't seem like a very possessive or controlling person if he helps her move, except for the fact that, was he helping her move? Around 7 p.m., Ashley's mother took her granddaughter out to a nearby park. Was that by design or by accident? Ashley and Doug were alone in the house. Suddenly, a neighbor heard screaming and called 911. Ashley went to a different neighbor. Well, saying I shot Doug in self-defense, that's kind of very quick to be providing a reason. But it's quite interesting that one neighbor heard screaming, called 911. She went to a different neighbor. When police and medical workers responded, Doug was still alive but unable to speak. He died an hour later at a nearby hospital. Well, so Doug could theoretically have said what had happened to him. It's interesting that he was still alive. It actually does make one wonder, if she meant to kill him, would she not have killed him? You also have a situation similar to that with the Karen Reed case, where whatever was done to him, he was still alive. So was there really an intention to kill him, kind of thing? Ashley made no statements to sheriff deputies. Her mother and lawyer, Faith Brown, did. That's interesting. So at the scene, she says, I shot him in self-defense. But in terms of the sheriff deputies, her mother and her lawyer speak on her behalf. Again, it does make one wonder, is her mother just trying to protect her daughter, or is her mother kind of a larger figure in this than we know? Her mother said that she and Ashley had been living in fear of Doug for 3.5 years. She claimed they tried to get help from the authorities, but that no one would help them. Okay, well, Ashley's allegations against Doug had been investigated by the authorities, but Doug was never charged with a crime. Alicia countered that Doug knows how to play the game. By the way, those words have just been used by Annie Chow in terms of her daughter having gone missing. Brown told police that Ashley was planning to get away from Doug once and for all and had an escape plan. Ashley Brown said had a safe place to stay, a burner phone, and a rental car rented under a different name. She told deputies that Ashley wanted to put the plan into effect the next day because she was afraid Doug had gotten wind of it. Now, I think one thing that's not being really acknowledged here are the vast sums of money that Doug has spent and what impact does that have on everything. Investigators determined that Doug had been shot twice while he was turned away from Ashley. I think that is probably the strongest evidence against her, is that he wasn't running towards her when he was shot. He was shot once in the leg and once in the arm, and that bullet traveled into his chest cavity. Only Ashley knows exactly what happened, but she hasn't made any statements. That's also quite crazy, is that she hasn't made any statements. You would think that if you were innocent, that you would make a statement. She's been charged with second-degree murder. She's pleaded not guilty. She was released on bond after spending about 2 weeks in jail. It remains clear whether Ashley really did fear for her life or if she's a manipulative black swan straight out of a Hollywood film. And so that's basically where we are. Okay, we're going to go back to the recess, and I'll maybe join you guys a bit later. I still actually haven't really made up my mind whether I'm going to cover this trial any further. So we'll see. Okay. Chelsea, thanks for joining us. The Drunken Tarot says, I'm having deja vu. What you just described, I'm sure, was in another high-profile case. Okay, I'll see you guys a little bit later. Ta-ta.
All right, good afternoon. We are back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield after our lunch break. Mr. Taylor, if you would do me a favor, that witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning, I keep that on my desk. So I know you took it back for your records. If you could burn me a copy, not right now, but probably Wednesday or Thursday.
Of course.
When we're getting close for you to take over, because I do keep track of evidence and witnesses that way.
I'll make arrangements for a copy to be at Your Honor's chambers this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Judge, we'll need the system with Mr. Sand, please.
All right.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Is it going to be audio and video?
Just an eye roll.
The 911 call. Yes, ma'am.
These are, I don't know who want me to give these to. Those are for
Me.
the jury. If you'll double check that there's 9 there, sir.
Okay,
And then this is one for you.
thank you.
And we gave one to the court reporter.
Perfect.
Did you want me to take another or just set it?
For me.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know if I gave you an extra. Yes. We double checked both ones. Yep. And we sent it. I sent it. Yeah.
Judge, I just want to test this.
I need to try something.
It works.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us. After the lunch break, we're going to listen to the 911 call now and get a sense of, is it authentic? Does she sound, well, let's listen in.
The transcript, do you want them or you don't have to? It's the jury instructions, sorry, on 2.2 and I think we would need 2.2 and 2.
2.6.
Yes, sir.
I haven't done it.
Okay.
Yes.
I am informed.
And the,
Doing my best to try to keep up with everything.
It's so weird watching a trial that's in Florida, and I can kind of say I was in Florida a couple of months ago. I don't know if I was in Sarasota County, but I was certainly otherwise all over Florida. I was in South Carolina, which I know is not Florida, but that's where the victim was from. I was also in Charleston, which is near to where the victim lived.
Okay, thank you. Couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. There we go. Let me just make sure the audio works.
She just came over.
Okay.
So we don't need to lower the lights.
The other thing you want to look at is how traumatized she sounds compared to how traumatized she is in court, if it's truly traumatizing. So you guys
All right,
ready?
Stady, you ready to call them in?
yes, do you want them in now or when the jury comes in? No,
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury, yes.
I apologize, it wasn't a good question.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, you ready for me to call the jury in?
Ready.
Also, I have been handed a stack of transcripts for the 911 call by John Sant. And it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines.
It's interesting how every now and then she looks directly at the camera. One does wonder what impact this is going to have on her. Does she own a company? What kind of impact is this going to have on her?
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury?
We did.
Or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about?
No.
Everybody says no. Where we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
I'm guessing he might be the first responding officer.
Use your right hand, sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, yes, all of this.
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. I've been told, sir, that you may need some assisted listening devices. It might help. All right. Here's a pair that you can use.
Just keep this facing forward. You should be good.
As you see, you might have to turn them around the other way.
This way?
Yes, sir. I think that'll work better. And the deputy will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud? Okay, sorry about that.
This is volume control.
Okay.
Make sure to keep it forward.
All right, sir, does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's fine.
I apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. It's okay.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone and we'll be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please state your name.
John William Sant Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T,
Where do you live?
in 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood,
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door and kind of startled me, but it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window in the window and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there, and I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. I just, nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you scoot up a little bit, there you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the pounding started again.
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay, and you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay, so you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What did you?
And I looked out again, and then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay, so you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting?
Well, they were sitting.
Okay, so what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor now.
Stipulate that it's Miss Bennett.
Slight smile from her, and then again looks straight at the camera.
Feel the honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me, and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she?
So I'm going to share my thoughts on that, and it's just based on my experience and based on my instincts. You could have a situation like this where she shot him and she was totally justified, and she's innocent in killing him, or not. She's not a murderer, put it that way, right? In a scenario like that, I would still expect her to try to save his life. Bear in mind, he was still alive at this point, right? So you do know that he died, I think, like an hour or so later. So in a situation where you don't mean to kill someone, you're just trying to protect yourself, you would imagine that the priority would actually be trying to save this person, because you're not trying to kill them. You're trying to protect yourself. Protecting yourself is your priority, right? What she's doing here seems to be protecting herself by killing him, which is totally different. That's not innocent self-defense. That's what I would call malicious self-defense. So just in terms of my own gut feeling, the fact that she instantly says, he attacked me, and she's trying to defend herself, suggests to me premeditation, suggests to me that she is calculating.
She have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually,
Where was that weapon?
it was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it, where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed the line there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
There was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It's on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother in Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter.
Yes,
Okay. And she said at the park.
at the park.
And at some point during this conversation, when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did.
So that's also a very interesting thing, is that the neighbor calls 911. She doesn't call 911. Already what's happening is there's a delay in the response in an emergency as a result of her running to the neighbor. So one can only imagine how long it took. Did he hear the gunshots? One can only imagine or guess how long did it take after he was shot to the time 911 was called.
Have you listened to the 911 call?
Many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know. It's a disc, I guess.
It's a disc.
Okay, yeah.
So just to be clear, anyone know how long it took Doug to die after he was shot? Anyone have any idea? Did Doug take 5 minutes to die after he was shot? Did he take 15 minutes to die? Did he take 30 minutes to die after he was shot? And obviously, the longer the time between calling 911, the more critical all of this is. Did it take 45 minutes? Well, Prairie is right. He died an hour later in the hospital. He died an hour later in the hospital. And so if you think about it, someone is critically injured and you run away from them. Alec Baldwin actually did the same thing. He ran out of the church. When that person's still alive, right? And so shouldn't the priority be, if you didn't intend to shoot someone and you want that person, you care about that person, I don't want to say more than yourself, but you are concerned about their well-being, aren't you going to try and save them? I mean, obviously this is a little bit of a tricky area, because you could say once she shot him and he's dying, he's no threat to her, but that's not necessarily true. Anyway, let's continue. This quote comes from CBS, by the way.
The 911 call?
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own
Okay.
voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
So, Judge, that we received?
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's
Mood.
mood?
terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount of any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay.
So again, I want to bring something up that's, I think, quite interesting is Karen Reed came across as over dramatic to me. This is my personal assessment. Karen Reed at the scene seemed like more emotional and more, let's just say over emotional. That was my feeling. And you kind of get the sense here as well that Ashley was very obviously emotional. And I call that the Patsy Ramsey response, which is there's no doubt that someone is showing emotion. The question is that emotion genuine? And I don't know if you guys remember with Patsy Ramsey, she apparently had her hands over her face, and the officer said it looked like Patsy was looking through her fingers at the officer, right? Which definitely doesn't seem to be an authentic situation. Now, one of the benefits, if I can put it that way, of being over dramatic when something has happened is no one can ask you a question because you're too busy screaming and seeming dramatic. So someone can't actually have a proper conversation and ask you questions. And you might say, wow, I totally disagree with everything you've just said. But the fact is, even today, she still hasn't made a statement. Even today, Ashley still hasn't made a statement. And so one's again got to ask, was all of this premeditated, and was what happened immediately afterwards a kind of post-meditation where she's trying to create a barrier of noise, a barrier of kind of interference, where she's so busy being hysterical that you can't actually have a proper conversation? Is that the kind of person she is? And again, that's why I say you need to match the person in the story with the person you're seeing in court. Because the person in court, now that we're talking about all of this, if she was so anxious, you would imagine that she would be falling apart constantly in court. I'm not sure if I've seen a single tear so far in court, although it's kind of early days. Maybe we are going to see it. But you had the same thing with Karen Reed. Karen Reed was apparently extremely emotional, and yet when there was talk about John O'Keefe, his body or whatever, there was no sign of that emotion in court. And so you've got to kind of ask the question, has the person just calmed down, or are we dealing with two people? Does that make sense?
So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay.
So if I was the prosecutor, I would have said, were you trying to have a conversation with her? Why couldn't you have a conversation with her? I would have just made that a bit more explicit.
Point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, Deputy, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence.
So I must say she's starting to look really anxious. You can see she's breathing. But is that real emotion or is it put on? Is she an actress or a anxious person?
Will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water.
So just to be clear, she fired 4 rounds at him, right? Four rounds, and he was unarmed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet. A doctor.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay,
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KNT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband.
Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay?
Okay. What screen does she at? The 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the police?
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this,
The
whatever
deputies are
happened.
running it.
Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey, sit down. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
Yeah, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her.
So I can't help kind of being concerned that while he's playing bodyguard to her, this guy's actually shot, he's basically dying, and he could have basically just told the guy what had happened. But there's no one around him at this point. And by the time the paramedics got to Doug, he couldn't actually speak. But one does wonder if someone had gone over there immediately, you know, they would have seen that he's unarmed. She could have said to him, well, don't worry, he's unarmed. Right? And anyway, let's listen further.
I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Or the police are going to want, no problem. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no... well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before we get back from the park.
Deputies are moving as fast as their hands. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to. So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into the, is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? Yeah, on the left.
Okay.
I didn't expect her to say bedroom. I thought she was going to say hallway near the front door.
Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Debbie pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
I know. I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
The
want?
sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah.
What do you want us to
the
do?
other address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
So now, something that's quite important here is because she has said he attacked me, there's like a sense that no one must actually go to him because he's dangerous. And meanwhile, he's now on the floor dying. Because she said he attacked me, now even the authorities are saying, don't go there. If she hadn't said that, they probably would have said, well, you need to assess the state that he's in and perhaps render first aid, right?
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just to calm, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and just calm. Okay. Mhm. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, geez, we got to get a hold of, don't go out. Until this police officer comes and look.
They're gonna let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure
Okay.
that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside. Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now.
Okay.
Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. Neither one of them are moving.
So I don't mean to sound insensitive, but for how long can someone stay like in a state of like heightened panic? Like let's say you were just in a car accident. For how long are you like in like a state of sort of shivery PTSD? And I'm going to be like absurd about it. Could you be like in that state like where you just can't stop crying, let's say for 2 hours? How about 6 hours? You're just crying constantly. You just can't stop shaking because you've been so traumatized. How about 36 hours where you're just shaking because you're so traumatized by something that's happened? And I know that sounds absurd, but if you wind it back, how long is someone likely to be like in a state of shock like that, right? Especially if you're the one that was holding the gun, not somebody else wasn't holding a gun. So was she traumatized by him bumping into her? Was she traumatized by the box that brushed against her side? I'm not trying to minimize what happened to her. I'm just trying to say, as far as I know, these traumatic moments are quite fleeting. Not that long ago, I was almost struck by a car that like completely went over a traffic island and smashed into a vehicle right next to me. And an hour later, it was almost like it didn't happen. Half an hour later, it was almost like it didn't happen. The amount of time where you sort of in shock is maybe, I don't know, 20 seconds, maybe a minute. I really don't think it goes on and on and on and on. I mean, it would be quite exhausting if it did. But maybe what I'm saying is not very scientific. Maybe one's got to look at the science of shock. And I suppose it also depends on what it is. If you've just if you've been in an airplane and it's crashed and everyone on board has died, and you've seen like this Holocaust in front of you, I think that's one thing. I think it's a little bit different if you've shot someone else. I know how traumatizing that would be. Anyway, let's listen further.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time, when to come out, okay?
Okay. Hey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down.
Okay. Now, the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay?
You want her to go out?
Yes. They want her to come out with not
Out of my house?
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you're going to have to go out, okay?
And they want you to stay inside.
Now,
Okay.
put your hands where you can see him, okay? All right. Where's he at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. He sure doesn't hurt.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female
You
only.
stay inside on your hand? I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the, with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees her now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay?
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now, I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
here they come now. Oh.
Looks like he hung up.
problem with folks just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy?
So in court, she seems to actually be shaking and shivering. I did see that a tear kind of went down her cheek.
You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No,
Did you see any blood on her?
no,
Did she complain of any injuries?
no,
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
not that I know, no.
Okay. And eventually,
That's actually quite a good point, is that not even her clothing was injured. Now normally when there's a serious kind of confrontation between people, at least you can have clothing that is damaged. Someone grabs you by the shirt or whatever, and there's going to be some damage to the clothing, or not even clothing was damaged, right?
did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank
I'm a little bit surprised that she doesn't have like a white tissue. You usually see the defendant, like repeatedly with a white tissue. I seem to remember that with Caitlin Armstrong.
you for coming this afternoon.
No, that's not accurate. She was at her own home. He came to her home. It was her firearm.
With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
I just want to respond to OCD's comment. It says, is this a typical 911 call? I'm not really sure what a typical 911 call is. Like in all the cases I've covered, I think what you're saying is, in a way, is this a typical legitimate 911 call, right? I must say, if I think about the 911 calls I've listened to, Patsy Ramsey, even in the Amanda Knox case, which is done in a different language, in the Chris Watts case, it was Nicole Atkinson calling for that welfare check. Nothing seems to be typical. Everything seems to be kind of weird. In other words, when something weird is going on, the 911 call seems to be quite weird. And so on that basis, is this a weird 911 call? I would say it's pretty weird. You would imagine that the victim would want to talk to the police and say, this is what happened, because he's on the phone for quite a long time. At a certain point say, this is where I am, because the police are coming to protect her, to help her, that she'd want to be like clear where she lives and what has happened and where she is. Get on the phone and say, okay, you need to go over there and there. And she doesn't really facilitate anything. She just actually does the opposite. She frustrates everything by being emotional and by not making it this indirect communication with the police. I think one of the most atypical 911 calls I've ever heard was from Henry from Bradar, the quadruple axe murderer who, like 10, 15 minutes into the call, it's almost like you've forgotten that there's 3 dead bodies or 3 dead people with axe wounds lying around the house, because they're taking so long just to describe where he is. So yeah, I think when there's a criminal element, I don't think you can say there's a typical. I would say the typical 911 call is atypical. Thanks for your question.
And Mr. Sand,
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
That's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine there's not only evidence of torn clothing, bruising, but also things that have been broken, furniture that's knocked over, glasses or something that have fallen on the floor,
Mr. Sant, can you identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yeah, right.
And it's got a red.
Well, remember I mentioned a white tissue? Well, there it is. And she brings it out when her defense attorney is on.
Red dot on it?
Right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Miss Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes.
All right.
Your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. We'll put it on the overhead. Objection to putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation.
Got it.
So a couple of days ago, I made a video about Patsy Ramsey and staging. I said Patsy Ramsey's a beauty queen. She's been in a pageant. Her sister's been in pageants. Her mother was in pageants. Her daughter was in pageants. Is there pageantry in terms of this crime scene? I don't think it's unfair to ask a similar question here, which is who this person is a ballerina, right? Like a big part of the story is a ballerina, and then she meets this guy, and then he basically puts a lot of money forward to create a big ballet company. So ballet is a big part of it. What is ballet? Like what is the thing that is ballet? Like what is the definition of ballet? I remember when I played soccer at school and we made a mistake, our coach would say, that's ballet.
Ballet.
Right? What is ballet? Right? It's a artistic dance form performed to music, right? But essentially it's a performance, right? It's creative work or performance. Dance is someone who dances and performs, right? So what we're dealing with here is a performer. That is who she is. She's a performer. She's not an actress in the conventional sense of the word. She's someone who performs to music, but she's got to, in a way, express the sadness of whatever Swan Lake or the joy of love in whatever Romeo and Juliet, whatever it is. she's got to convey that through her body and through her face to an audience that's out there. And so the question is any of that going on here?
Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir.
And it's a very weird analogy to the Rust case, because there you had an actor, right? There you had an actor on trial as well, kind of thing.
Okay, so, Mr. Sand, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or the,
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. The
Probably.
chair should swing around.
oh, yeah,
You see the one with the red dot on it?
yes,
That's Ashley's house,
yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, it was a demonstrative aid up until Mr.
So
Sand.
admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking.
yes,
Pretty hysterical.
yeah, yes,
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but I,
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
first thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry, yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck between the slide, front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that
Right.
cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled. It
Okay.
wasn't held far, and it didn't eject it far
Yeah.
enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Objection, foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes,
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
in my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely?
Yes,
No further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Sand,
yes.
you are released from your
Thanks a lot,
subpoena. You are
OCD.
free to
Thank
go.
you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. No, you can't take those. They wouldn't work outside anyway.
Oh, well,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome.
Okay, can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next witness. But the state would call it deputy Pearl.
All right.
So you can already see how the defense is kind of trying to outplay the prosecution by actually just showing a little bit more than what the prosecution is showing. So showing the house, just giving the jury a better sense of what is really going on. And that's, in a way, a trial is a battle of narratives. Obviously, it's more than that because it's about what really happened and what's the truth and what does the evidence show and who anchors the evidence in a more cohesive way. But in another sense, it's also about a battle of narratives. Which narrative makes the most sense? Which narrative is the most compelling? Okay, let's continue. Next witness. I think this is our fourth witness, right, for the day. Is that right? Tommy, and then another Benefield, a lady, and then this guy, and now.
You saw this girl testimony about the pictures, the whole truth, and then the picture.
Jim is the first responder. You guessed it.
Hello, sir. Or afternoon. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it. But if you're talking a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, we'll be able to hear you. Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, Baurle.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
Patrol.
And what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
The Law Enforcement Academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered through the Sheriff's Office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's depending on the situation. Sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum a few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent. That's North 70. It's
Oh,
an
I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I'd observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
Well, a minute maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or
No, ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact?
Seem to be intact, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would...
Judge, can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
I wonder if she's listening into the sidebar. If she is, that's new. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that before. So Stimpy asks, if is a trial, if it's televised, does that change? The answer is sort of yes and no. On the one hand, it can be quite a powerful factor. On the other hand, in certain situations, you do actually forget about the camera. I mean, I've been in quite a few courtrooms where there's streaming, and you after enough time, you actually do forget that there are cameras. It depends on a couple of things: how many cameras are present, if the cameras are kind of in your face or not. Sometimes the cameras are quite discreet. So.
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 callers?
Correct. Directly next door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door was
Yes.
up. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person, or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs that you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
So I can't help thinking that
At some point, did you
I
ask?
can't help thinking that it might be a combination of this guy behaving somewhat aggressively, not enough to justify being shot, but certainly yeah, I'm just saying I think it's possible that it's not one or the other, it's maybe a combination. It is also possible that he was lured there and that this is actually premeditated murder. That's also possible. Especially if you consider the whole long period of drama that went on before that, which is exactly what you had with the Draconis case. You had a long period of court cases and battles and drama and heartache and tears and gnashing of teeth. And then eventually someone decided, I've had enough of this. And then something happened. And one wonders whether this is actually not second degree murder.
Well, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some directions?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's
detectives.
the one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Did she say anything?
Once you got there, what did you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct
Well, so
any further
her attorney was there like immediately.
investigation in this
No,
case?
ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
So a question I would have asked is, did she say anything in the vehicle? Did she have anything to say in the vehicle? And I must say, again, there's to me a bit of a similarity here between her and Alec Baldwin, where he has nothing, he's not got any questions, he's got nothing to say to the officers, and she doesn't seem to either. I don't think, I think in her situation, if she was innocent, then she would have lots of questions. And so it's interesting that she doesn't seem to have anything to say.
Cross? Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinct.
I just want to quickly respond to this question. Desert Cat says, I wonder what time the shots were fired. They were fired sometime after 7 p.m. So Ashley's mother and her daughter left the home shortly before Doug arrived, and then he was shot shortly afterwards. So let's say somewhere around 7:10, 7:15, somewhere around there.
Distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it.
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you notice he's starting to swivel a little in his chair. I'm quite surprised that this office is fairly neutral. So Yvette says she's using her mother's inheritance to pay for the lawyer. That's interesting. You can also imagine that if the inheritance played a role in, oh, I don't need you anymore. I have a child. I don't really need you for whatever. One does wonder whether that is a factor here.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me hand this to you and see
Sure. I have a copy as well.
if that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
So something that I think is also worth mentioning is you see her here in the courtroom and she's blinking, like if you put down a cup a little bit loudly, like this. It's like she's very, very sensitive, right? And so, you kind of get the idea that this is a really fragile, she's almost like a bird, like a really fragile person. And, but by the same token, ballerinas are actually often really, really tough. They have crushing, training schedules. They have extremely difficult diet regimens. Probably one of the toughest, if you want to call it sports, is ballet. The amount of strain that the body goes through is actually incredible. And then at the same time, that person's got to appear on stage and, like jump on their toes and twirl, and all looks really beautiful. And then they like got a smile on their face, Meanwhile, they're in agony because their toes are bleeding and blistering. And so it's really painful, right? And so apparently this ballerina maybe isn't so tough. Either she is tough or she isn't tough. But you kind of get the idea from the way she's blinking and the way that we've seen her so far that she's quite a fragile ballerina, which, as I say, is actually at odds with typical ballerinas who you're only going to get somewhere in ballet if you're really tough, if you're physically tough, if you're psychologically tough, if you have that kind of resilience. And so what do you think we're dealing with? Are we dealing with a tough ballerina, or are we dealing with a rare case of a very fragile ballerina?
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
So that's quite an interesting twist, is that she arrives at the neighbors in a bra, a sports bra, which is almost suggesting that, and I think part of her story is that Doug said to her, "You're not leaving here, and we married." I don't quite understand that part because I thought he divorced her, and he'd applied for it. But apparently her story is that he said to her, "We married, and I have the right to you whenever I want." And then she pitches up at the neighbor without a shirt on. Also quite an interesting aspect to the whole thing.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7th, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let me pass this to you, Deputy Boyle, see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
I don't recall this one, sir.
Is that your name?
It's got my name on it,
Okay.
but I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was authored by you?
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently
Sure.
ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an
It's
earlier.
possible.
Let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I think I can answer questions related to.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought as well. Maybe the fact that she doesn't have a shirt on is trying to imply that her clothing had been ripped off. Do you think it had been? Do you think Doug went there and wanted to have sex with her? I don't. One must also wonder why this seemed to happen near the bedroom. Was Doug lured to the bedroom or what? Earth says, my friend was a professional dancer. She was as tough as nails. I mean, this whole idea of a black swan, even from the movie, is that is exactly how ballet dancers are. They're ruthless, they're tough, they're hard, they're heartless. They appear fragile and delicate, but they are actually incredibly hard, strong, tough women, right? Don't you have that kind of sense about ballet dancers? And so the ballet dancer we see in court is this soft, fragile, tearful, shaking, trembling leaf, right? So I just want to, while they're in that recess, I just want to quickly jump into the Rust case. This is an article from People, and I don't know if you guys know, there were two jurors who spoke to the media. I think they were actually interviewed by the New York Times. By the way, I haven't forgotten about the Rust case. Just because I'm not covering it doesn't mean I've forgotten about it or I'm not interested. I'm actually still quite devastated about it. But I thought this is so ironic, this comment. One of the jurors said, I think he would have trusted the people on the set to do their job, right? And she was saying this in defense of Alec Baldwin. I think the actor would have trusted the people on the set to do their job. What about Helena? What about Helena trusting the people on the set to do their job, including the actor, including the guy holding the gun, including the guy that's got a certain role to play in terms of what he's supposed to be doing? There are just so many things with this where the juror says, you know, what I heard just sounded like I started feeling sorry for Alec Baldwin. It's like, okay, you mostly heard the defense case because the prosecution hardly even got a chance to say anything. So I have to say, I think the judge got it wrong in 3 areas, and I'll talk about that later on. But to me, it's incredible that no one in the media is actually even taking that route. I mean, I thought the judge was wrong to take that whole line of that is not a producer. She threw that out. I thought the judge was wrong to give the defense so much leeway during the prosecution's turn, effectively. And I also thought the judge was wrong to dismiss the case based on evidence that didn't seem crucial to the case. If you knew the case, then you knew that evidence didn't even come from the set. So, you know, you could have dismissed the case, but not the way that it was dismissed with prejudice, right? So I just wanted to get that off my chest. I do still want to talk a little bit about the Baldwin case, but I'll do that at a later point. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that the justice was done in the Rust saga? Do you think that justice was done? Bear in mind, we are possibly facing the acquittal of the armorer now as well. Yeah, no friends in that industry, obviously the ballet industry. Okay, we're back.
Deputy, when you respond to a call and you fill out a incident or investigation report, among other information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity of the reporting officer, no?
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that.
Mm-hmm.
So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's not dispatch, sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch. It's
It
a
would
mistake.
be the exception. Could we agree?
It can happen, and it does
Okay.
happen. Yes.
So now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among the other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Burrell, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me,
Sustained.
what was the objection, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
All right. Now, without leaving it to your memory,
Okay, if you could approach, please.
Okay, just a quick mention in the Allison Chow case. The police have just said that there's no threat to the public. What do you think that refers to? I put up a video earlier. I didn't really make a big deal about the fact, although it is a big deal, that Allison herself recorded a video of the police at her home the day before she went missing. Apparently, her mother wanted her institutionalized. Her mother wanted to get her out of the house, and she wouldn't leave. She said she was afraid of her mother. Have you guys watched that? Her father is with her, and her father sort of doesn't seem to want to cooperate either. And so you had this whole confrontation one day before she went missing. And of course, Allison's mother didn't mention any of this. So it seems like there was also something like a custody battle, some kind of disagreement between the parents that definitely got quite nasty. I don't think those are her daughters. I think her daughter is 4 years old. 3 or 4 years old. So I don't think it is her daughter.
in the usual course of events, Deputy Burrell, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of events, when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the location, the name of the complainant and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again,
you?
I don't recall that particular call that you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's a single objection.
Oh, this point.
Thank you. Would you tell us, Deputy Doral, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Benefield.
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here,
Don't read the narrative. Just tell us the nature of the
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a.
Correct, yeah.
So don't read it
Yes, sir. I
aloud,
understand.
just refer to it and then say.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11331 White Rock Terrace.
And what was the time of the call?
2154 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
Okay, we're heading for the 5-hour mark. I think that is. I think that is the lady who just left there. I think that is Doug's daughter, Eva, isn't it? So yeah, I think I'm gonna sign off here. I was hoping for a little bit more interest in this case, but I think I'm gonna sign off before the 5-hour mark. I'm gonna get to work on a Thomas Crook script, and yeah, I might come back to this case. Who knows when? But I don't think I'm going to be covering it every day. I did want to see what the interest would be, but seems like when I do a live, there's not a terrible amount of interest. So I guess it is what it is. Okay, so yeah, so just FYI, I'm going to be covering the Thomas Crooks, the number 2 clue we all missed. Let's just see if I can bring that up. Where is it? Let me just make sure that is paused. Also, I'm in the midst of trying to design a new book cover for Slaughter. What do you guys think of these latest attempts? It's actually not me who's trying to do it. It's I'm trying to. I have my graphic designer on the thing. So these are some of the latest executions. What do you guys think? I quite like this one. I quite like this cover. Of course, these bullets are wrong. It's only the front of the bullet that actually moves to the air, right? Other thing that I want to do here is have this part of the window kind of stand out. Can you guys see that? What do you guys think? Do you think it's a better cover than the ones I've posted onto YouTube? Anyway, that's it from me. Timmy is a happy doggy because he got his walk, but yeah, you do need a sleepy Timmy emoji. Yeah, we actually do need one of those. It's a pleasure, guys. Anyway, so take care. Like I say, I will. I'll probably pop into this trial again. Maybe the closing arguments and the verdict. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, thanks a lot for joining us, mods. Chelsea, Iceland. Was there another mod that was here? Not sure if there was someone else, but thanks a lot for being here, guys, and I'll see you guys next time.